Hello, and welcome to Divine Rest. May the Lord grant you rest in your spirit. May His peace and joy be with everyone. Amen. I sincerely invite you to join me for a moment of stillness with our scripture for sleep tonight. We will be immersing ourselves in the book of Job, an ancient yet eternal story written to reveal the deep wisdom of God amidst human suffering and loss. The core theme of Job is not punishment, but persevering faith, unwavering love, and the miraculous restoration that God grants to those who rely on Him. Job invites us not just to read, but to learn how to find the true answer, not from the logic of men, but from the powerful voice of the Almighty Himself. As you listen, let the gentle light of these scriptures dispel every shadow in your mind, bringing an unspoken peace and a firm foundation for your deep rest. If this content truly brings you rest, I would be very grateful if you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Your support allows the voice of God's Word to reach further, to others who are eagerly seeking peace and relaxation through the Bible. So, please let go of the day's burdens. Breathe slowly and feel the presence of the Lord. Let the Gospel of Job guide you into peaceful sleep. Beloved child of God, as you lie still, feeling the gentle support beneath you, let your breath grow soft and steady. We begin our quiet journey into the ancient story of Job, a man whose life, for a time, reflected a beautiful harmony with the divine. Close your eyes and allow these words to be a comforting breeze washing over your spirit. We meet Job in the land of Uz, a place far to the east, rich with the stories of old. He was a man of remarkable character, truly unique among his generation. Scripture tells us he was blameless and upright, fearing God and shunning evil. Imagine this, dear one, a life lived with such integrity, a heart so pure that it truly resonated with the Creator's own heart. He was blessed with a family, a precious gift from above. 7 sons and 3 daughters filled his home with laughter, with joy, with the vibrant energy of youth. Picture them, perhaps sitting around a crackling fire on a cool evening, their voices blending in happy conversation. Feel the warmth of that family bond, the security that comes from being surrounded by loved ones. sons. Job was also a man of great prosperity, not for his own boast, but as a testament to God's generous hand. His possessions were vast: 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, and 500 female donkeys. These were not just numbers. You see, they represented a thriving household, a testament to diligent work and abundant blessing. Each animal, each servant contributed to a picture of earthly abundance, all flowing from the giver of all good things. His household was exceedingly great, making him the greatest of all the people of the East. This was not simply worldly success, but a reflection of a life aligned with divine principles. Feel the quiet stability in this image, the sense of security and provision that wrapped around Job's existence. Let that feeling of quiet abundance settle within you now, knowing that God is the source of all good things in your own life too. Job's daily life was woven with threads of deep devotion. He practiced a ritual of sanctification for his children. After each cycle of feasting, he would rise early in the morning, offering burnt offerings for each of them. He would say to himself, "Perhaps my children have sinned and cursed God in their hearts." This was not a ritual born of fear, but of a profound, tender love for his family and an awe-filled reverence for God. His acts of worship were not mere formalities, they were expressions of a heart that truly feared the Lord, a soul deeply aware of God's holiness and man's frailty. This fear was not a terror, dear friend, but a deep respect, a sacred reverence that kept him close to the divine heart. He truly desired to honor God in every aspect of his being, in every choice he made. Think of his devotion as a steady lamp burning brightly in his soul, casting a gentle light upon his path. This lamp was fuel by his daily walk with God, by his quiet conversations, by his unwavering commitment to live justly and kindly. His inner life was a sanctuary, carefully tended and filled with God's presence. His moral compass was clear, always pointing towards goodness. He shunned evil, turning away from anything that would displease the Holy One. This was a conscious choice, a commitment to live according to God's ways, even in a world that often drifted from them. His life was a testimony, a silent sermon lived out day by day. Let us dwell a little longer on the quality of his stillness. Job understood that true prosperity flows from a right relationship with the Eternal. He did not chase riches, he chased righteousness. He valued the unseen world more than the visible dust and gold of the earth. Imagine the quiet rhythm of his days. Early mornings, he would step out into the crisp air, the light just beginning to soften the eastern sky before attending to his vast estate. His first thought was always of God. This consistent return to reverence was the secret strength of his soul. His piety was not loud, it was deeply rooted, like an old cedar tree that withstands the strongest winds. This righteousness manifested in tangible ways. He was known for his impartiality in the town gate, never favoring the wealthy, always upholding the cause of the poor and the weak. He was the voice for the voiceless, the hand that lifted the fallen. This is the true meaning of a life blameless in God's sight. It is a life lived in active, quiet compassion toward our neighbor. His generosity flowed as freely as water from a spring. He clothed the naked. He fed the hungry. He considered the deep needs of those around him to be an extension of his own duties to God. This gentle flow of giving created an atmosphere of blessing, not just for Job, but around him. This environment of grace acted as a soft barrier against the harsher edges of the world. So, in Job, we see a beautiful image of a life lived under the direct protection of God, His prosperity, His family, His good health. All these blessings were like a warm, protective blanket wrapped around him by the loving hands of the Almighty. Imagine that blanket now, gently covering you, feeling its warmth and security. This protection wasn't just physical. You see, it was also a spiritual covering, shielding his heart and mind from the bitterness and despair that so easily entangle us. He walked in a quiet confidence, knowing that his God was with him, watching over him. His very existence was a reflection of God's care. Consider the gentle wind that whispers through the trees, or the soft light of dawn breaking over the horizon. These natural images, though simple, echo the quiet strength and unwavering presence of God's protection in Job's life. He experienced a deep sense of belonging, a profound peace that came from dwelling within the shadow of the Almighty. His home was a haven. His fields were fruitful. His family was united. This was a life of quiet blessing, a testament to the promises of God. For those who walk in His ways, it was a picture of divine favor, a demonstration of what it means to be truly blessed by the Lord. Allow that image of peaceful, blessed living to wash over you, calming any restless thoughts. Dear soul, as your body relaxes deeper into the mattress, let your awareness gently drift upwards far beyond the ceiling of your room to a place the scriptures call the heavenly realm. It is here that the great drama of Job's life, and indeed the dramas of our own lives, sometimes find their beginning. Imagine a stillness in that high, sacred place, a quiet gathering. The sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and among them the ancient text records came the adversary, the one called Satan. He is the restless spirit, the ceaseless accuser, the one who sows doubt in the quiet certainty of faith. The Lord, in His sovereignty, spoke to the accuser, pointing to His servant Job. He spoke with a quiet pride, a gentle affirmation. Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man, one who fears God and shuns evil. Hear the Father's affirmation over Job. Dear one, and know that He sees and affirms the goodness He has placed in you too. But the accuser countered, his voice like a dry, rustling leaf, seeking to disturb the peace. He posed the age-old question, the doubt that troubles every human heart. Does Job fear God? For nothing haven't you put a hedge of protection around him, his house, and everything he suggested that Job's devotion was merely a transaction, a business deal, blessing for loyalty. The accuser challenged the very heart of Job's worship. He sought to prove that if the protective covering were lifted, the true light of Job's faith would be extinguished like a candle in a sudden gust of wind. In His infinite wisdom, and for reasons far beyond our grasping, the Lord gave the accuser permission to touch everything Job had, except the man himself. This celestial scene reminds you and me that life's most profound trials are often rooted in a spiritual warfare that we do not see. They are not random. They pass through the hand of God's permission. Feel the mystery of this moment, the vastness of God's authority, the quiet trust He placed in His faithful servant. Let the thought that your own life is held in this great overarching plan bring you a profound sense of security. Now, let your mind return gently to the land of Uz, to Job's secure, blessed home. The harmony of his life was about to be shattered in a relentless, shocking cascade of loss. The trials did not come one by one. They came in a dizzying sequence, each messenger arriving before the last report was finished. The first messenger arrived, his breath ragged, his voice trembling like a frail reed. He spoke of the oxen and the donkeys stolen by raiders, his servants slain by the sword. Imagine the dust settling, the echo of violence fading, leaving only silence and absence. Where life once flourished, before that report could even be processed, before the first sorrow could fully take root, the second messenger appeared. He spoke of a fire from God, a sudden, fierce light that fell from the sky, consuming the vast flocks of sheep and the shepherds who tended them. See the intensity of that light, the warmth turning instantly to devastating heat, leaving only the scent of smoke and emptiness. The fire, the very symbol of God's presence, here became an instrument of sudden devastation. The rhythm of loss continued, quickening its pace. The third messenger arrived, reporting the organized theft of the camels, the symbol of Job's great wealth and trade. Another wave of violence more servants, lost. The foundations of his earthly security were being pulled away, one after another, like stones from a wall. Breathe slowly now. Dear one, and acknowledge the shock, the deep uncertainty that must have enveloped Job's spirit. Finally, the most devastating blow arrived, delivered by the fourth and final messenger. The words were simple, yet carried the weight of the entire world. Job's sons and daughters were gathered together, feasting in the eldest brother's house, when a great wind swept in from the wilderness, striking the four corners of the house. The roof collapsed, the walls fell inward, and all 10 children were gone. Instantly, a great wind. Picture the force of the invisible air, powerful enough to crush stone and wood, powerful enough to silence the laughter and the joy forever. This loss was absolute, a profound void where 10 vibrant lives had been. This is the moment, dear friend, where the human heart breaks entirely. Let your heart remain soft and simply witness the overwhelming grief of this man. The world stopped for Job. The noise of the destruction faded away, replaced by an immense, heavy silence. In that silence, Job performed an action that speaks volumes of his deep, quiet faith. He arose. He stood up amidst the ruins. He tore his robe, the traditional gesture of profound, consuming grief, the soul's outward acknowledgement of its utter brokenness. He shaved his head, a gesture of final letting go, surrendering, the very symbol of his physical identity to the crushing reality of his loss. Yet, immediately following these raw expressions of human sorrow, Job did something extraordinary. He fell to the ground and worshipped. This is the great, powerful mystery of his faith, the quiet light that shines brightest in the deepest night. He did not worship because of the loss, but in spite of the loss, his grief was real. His tears surely wet the dust and the ashes, but his devotion remained standing. His soul recognized that the giver remains worthy, even when the gifts are withdrawn. He uttered words that echo through the centuries, words that you can hold close to your heart tonight. Naked I came from my mother's womb, and naked shall I return there. The Lord gave, and the Lord has taken away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Feel the utter surrender in that statement. It is the peace of a soul that owns nothing, yet possesses everything in God. It is the quiet realization that the things of this world, the wealth, the stability, even the most precious gift of our children, are ultimately loans from the eternal giver, and the giver has the ultimate right to recall his loan. In all this devastating loss, the Scripture assures us with a whisper, in all this, Job did not sin, nor charge God with wrong. He maintained his integrity. His silent, tear-stained worship was his loudest act of defiance against the accuser. His surrender was his greatest victory. Allow the memory of Job's stillness to settle over your own restless thoughts. Now, even when the fire of trial rages, even when the wind of change sweeps away what you hold dear, there remains a sacred space within you that can still fall and worship. Breathe gently. There is a deep, quiet strength in letting go. Feel the profound compassion of your God who permitted this test, knowing the depth of the love and trust he had planted in Job's soul, and know that he trusts the faith he has planted in your heart too, my dear friend. Let your breathing deepen now, slow and even, mirroring the quiet persistence of Job's soul after the sweeping wind and the devouring fire took his possessions and his children. The adversary was granted one final permission to strike Job's very flesh, but to spare his life. The test intensified, moving from the external world of things to the intimate inner sanctuary of the body. Job was struck with severe boils from the sole of his foot to the crown of his head. Imagine the relentless, searing pain, the kind of suffering that allows no peace, no comfortable position, no moment of true rest. See him now, sitting amongst the ashes, the traditional place of profound sorrow and repentance. He had nothing left but his ruined body and his enduring faith. He took a potsherd, a broken piece of clay, and used it to scrape himself. This is the ultimate picture of human misery, stripped bare of all dignity and comfort. Feel the roughness of the clay, the heat of the fever, and the unending ache that became his constant companion. His physical state mirrored the devastation of his inner landscape. He, the greatest man of the East, was now the most abject, suffering not only loss, but also the physical humiliation of disease. The soft light of his piety was now tested by the harsh, burning intensity of bodily affliction. This physical ordeal brought with it an intense internal loneliness. He was cast out from the community, separated from healthy society by his contagion and his sorrow. The world that once revered him now recoiled. It was in this moment of deepest isolation that his wife, the one remaining tie to his past happiness, approached him. She too was a victim of the loss. Her own heart shattered by the death of her 10 children and the ruin of their life. Her faith, unlike Job's, had finally broken under the crushing weight of despair. She looked at her husband, the man she loved, now unrecognizable, sitting in the ashes, scraping his sores, yet still clinging to his integrity. Her words were sharp, born from a desperate, exhausted heart. Do you still hold fast to your integrity? Curse God and die. Hear the despair in her voice. She wasn't truly offering theological advice. She was expressing a primal human need for the suffering to end. She felt that if God allowed such pain, then the only logical response was rebellion and annihilation. She wanted a finality, a quiet surrender into the earth. This moment underscores the terrible internal solitude of Job, the one person who should have stood by him, who shared his grief, became an additional source of trial, an accuser echoing the whispers from the heavenly realm. He was truly alone, facing the overwhelming questions of existence with no human comfort. But Job responded with a gentle rebuke, a quiet word that revealed the deep, unshakable foundation of his soul. He said to her, "You speak as one of the foolish women speaks His tone was not harsh, but deeply sorrowful, born of pity for her lost hope. And then he spoke the words that form the very cornerstone of the book of Job, words of sublime acceptance that transcend all human logic. Shall we indeed accept good from God, and shall we not accept adversity? Pause here and let the simplicity and the profound power of that statement wash over you. It is the purest expression of faith. It acknowledges the duality of the human experience, the sweet gifts of life, and the bitter cup of suffering. Job recognized that both elements, the light and the shadow, come from the same sovereign hand. He accepted the pain not as deserved punishment, but as an inescapable part of life under God's ultimate control. This is the quiet beauty of his faith. It is a faith that endures in the absolute absence of evidence, in the blinding fire of pain. His devotion was not conditional. It was absolute. This powerful acceptance is the essence of true rest. When you allow yourself to surrender the need to control or understand why the bad things happen, you find a profound, deep-seated peace that the world cannot take away. You become rooted like Job, unshaken by the storms raging outside. The scripture concludes this chapter with a beautiful, affirming whisper. In all this, Job did not sin with his lips. His body was broken. His heart was scarred, but his mouth, the gateway to his spirit, remained holy. He chose blessing over bitterness, acceptance over accusation. This unwavering choice allows us, dear friend, to find our own gentle, resting place, knowing that the greatest suffering ever faced by a righteous man was met not with rebellion, but with worship, offers an extraordinary comfort. It reminds you that your suffering too has a meaning, a boundary, and a sovereign overseer. Feel the quiet warmth of that understanding. Now, you do not have to fight the night. You only need to rest in the knowledge that your pain has been witnessed and your devotion is valued. Let the memory of Job's surrender be the final, gentle thought that guides you deeper into peace. Breathe in the quiet assurance of God's sovereignty. Breathe out every trace of resistance and worry. Rest now. Dear friend, let the complete story of Chapter 1 of prosperity, loss, and unwavering faith settle into your spirit. Feel the comfort of God's protective love around you, even when the hedge seems gone. There is a deep, quiet peace that comes from accepting both the good and the adversity from His hand. Let your breathing become even deeper, even slower. You are safe, you are loved, and you are held. Drift now into peaceful sleep. Beloved soul, as you continue to rest, let the quiet atmosphere of the night enfold you. We have seen Job's strength, his incredible resolve to worship amidst the ruin, but even the deepest reservoirs of faith are human, and they must give way to the reality of pain. After 7 days of silence, 7 long days, where his friends sat beside him, watching his agony, Job finally broke the silence. This is the moment, dear friend, where Job transitions from the model of perfect, silent acceptance to the reality of the struggling, questioning human spirit. His integrity remained, but his human frailty rose to the surface, demanding to be heard. Job spoke, and his words were not a prayer of praise, but a raw, honest lament. He opened his mouth and cursed the day of his birth. Imagine the depth of despair required for a man to wish he had never existed, to long for the unbecoming of his own life. Feel the weight of that sorrow, heavy and absolute, yet delivered here in a soft, weary tone. He cursed the night that announced his conception, wishing that darkness and gloom might settle over that moment forever. He wished that the stars of that dawn might never appear, that the light of that morning might turn to deepest shadow. This intense longing for non-existence is the language of a soul utterly overwhelmed by suffering. It is a powerful, honest cry. He questioned why he had not died at birth, why the knees of his mother had received him. He longed for the quiet, ultimate rest of the grave, a place where, as he described it, the weary are at rest, and the wicked cease from troubling. He envisioned the tomb not as an end, but as a place of profound, undisturbed stillness, free from the relentless, searing pain that consumed his body. Picture that stillness, beloved, the kind of rest that comes only when every demand, every responsibility, every ache is finally silenced. He saw the grave as a haven, a soft, deep bed where the bound and the free lie down together, where the prisoner hears no voice of the taskmaster. Let that image of undisturbed peace momentarily soothe your own mind. Job's question Why is light given to him who is in misery, and life to the bitter of soul is a universal cry? It is the question every suffering heart whispers in the quietest hours of the night. If life is nothing but pain, why does the sun continue to rise? Why are we forced to endure the unrelenting exposure of consciousness? This moment, dear soul, is essential because it reveals the absolute honesty of Job's spiritual life. He did not use pious phrases. He did not offer rehearsed prayers. He spoke the brutal, difficult truth of his soul directly to the heavens. He offered his despair as a genuine sacrifice. This honesty is what makes his suffering so relatable to you and me. When we are told to give thanks in all circumstances, the raw, visceral pain of Job's curse gives us permission to acknowledge the darkness first. It teaches us that lament is a sacred language, a way of being fully human before a God who understands our agony. Think of his complaint not as an act of sin, but as a deep, agonizing sigh. It is the sound of the human spirit finally collapsing under the weight of the universe's incomprehensible pain. His spirit, though broken, was still engaged with the divine. He cursed the day, not the God who made the day. He cursed the experience, not the Creator. His language turned poetic. Even in its anguish, he felt that God had hedged him in, not with the previous protection, but with a prison of pain. He felt trapped by his own continued existence. His cry was not the roar of rebellion, but the low, desperate moan of confinement. He described his condition. My sighing comes before I eat, and my groans pour out like water. The misery was constant, preceding even his most basic human need for sustenance. The pain was like a liquid, constantly flowing, constantly overflowing the vessel of his heart. Allow your breath to slow as you absorb this image of unending grief. He spoke of his greatest fear coming upon him when life was good. He lived with a quiet vigilance, a sense of what if, and now the imagined terror had materialized, enveloping him completely. He was restless, finding no ease, no quiet haven in his own life. The significance of Job's lament lies in its power to give comfort to the heartbroken. It tells you that it is safe to bring your deepest, darkest disappointment to God. You do not need to clean it up. You do not need to wrap it in acceptable language. The divine listener can handle the raw edges of your pain, the unedited despair of your soul. Rest in the fact that Job's lament is included in the Holy Scripture. This inclusion is a profound spiritual teaching. Authenticity is the highest form of worship. In suffering, when you feel lost in the darkness, your simple, honest cry, even if it is a question of why or a wish for quiet rest, is heard by the Father. Let the words of Job's despair become a soft mirror for your own weariness. You are allowed to be tired. You are allowed to be deeply disappointed. You are allowed to long for a rest that seems unattainable. Feel the support beneath you now, the quiet safety of the room. You are not trapped in the agony of the past. You are in the present moment, held gently, lovingly. Let the honesty of Job's cry open a path for your own deepest weariness to find rest. Breathe slowly. There is peace. In truth, there is rest. In complete honesty before God. The voices of Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar, with their neat, brittle logic, have faded into the silent air. They offered quick answers, but Job was dealing with a vast, incomprehensible truth. Now, after listening to their harsh judgments, Job speaks again. His response is not the despairing curse, but a profound, measured defense of his own heart and an astonishing declaration of faith woven into doubt. He spoke to his friends, first pointing out the arrogance of their assumed wisdom. He said, with a quiet resignation, "No doubt, you are the people, and wisdom will die with you." This was not a shout of anger, but a weary acknowledgement of their condescension. He was saying gently that their certainty did not reflect reality. It only reflected their limited understanding. Job asserted that he possessed the same knowledge they did. He was not inferior in understanding. His struggle was not intellectual. It was existential. He was fully aware of the established doctrines that God is mighty, that God is just. But he saw a profound contradiction between that perfect doctrine and his own agonizing, undeserved experience. He saw the deep irony in their arguments. The men who came to comfort him had become his cruelest tormentors, offering empty, useless platitudes. He called them forgers of lies and worthless physicians. Imagine the disappointment, the sense of betrayal whispering through those words. They were trying to heal his soul with broken, sterile tools. Job knew their reasoning was merely a defense of a simple system, the kind of system that makes them feel safe. But he knew in his bones that their system was too small to contain the vastness of God's mystery and the complexity of human life. His deep confusion created a terrifying inner storm, a space where his belief and his reality violently clashed. This is the great teaching of Job's reply. Dear friend, that true faith is not the absence of doubt, but the courage to carry your doubt directly to God. Job's deepest longing was not for recovery, but for an audience with God. He said, "Oh, that I had one to hear me, I desire to argue my case before him." He was not seeking a friend's explanation. He was seeking the divine presence itself. He wanted to look into the eyes of the judge and present his honest, unedited heart. He pleaded with God, "Withdraw your hand far from me, and let not the dread of you make me afraid." He wanted a fair chance to present his case without the crushing weight of God's overwhelming power silencing him before he could speak. This reflects an incredible yet fragile trust. The trust to demand an answer from the Creator within his profound spiritual confusion. Job held fast to a single burning core of conviction: his innocence. He knew he was not suffering due to the grave, specific sins the friends accused him of. He kept repeating this truth like a soft, steady pulse, maintaining his moral integrity against the onslaught of human judgment. He spoke of the frailty of humanity, likening man to a flower that comes forth and is cut down, a shadow that does not continue. This image of fleeting life acknowledges his own weariness, his longing for the finality of rest. He saw the tragic brevity of human existence made all the more painful by his undeserved affliction. This bafflement, this deep tangle of belief and pain is the true landscape of Job's heart. In this section, he was simultaneously exalting the power of God and questioning the method of that power. He recognized that God can pull down, and it cannot be rebuilt. That God takes away the understanding of the elders. He saw God's absolute, terrifying sovereignty in the storms of nature and the collapse of nations. How, then, could such an omnipotent God be so seemingly careless with the fate of an innocent man? This quiet, agonizing question, this great contradiction, is what kept Job awake, not bitterness. He wrestled with the image of a God who is both perfectly just and completely mysterious. He felt the weight of his own finiteness compared to the vastness of the Creator. He was less than a breath, a passing vapor, yet in the midst of this awareness, he still held on to the hope of a Redeemer. He wrestled with the idea of renewal asking, "If a man dies, shall he live again?" This desperate search for meaning beyond the visible tomb fueled his persistence. The tension of his spirit was palpable. He knew the Lord held the keys to life and death, but he could not reconcile the gentle image of the shepherd with the violent image of the hunter, which God seemed to be. For him, he was a man caught between theology and tragedy, and he chose to embrace both honestly, yet from the ashes of this deep despair, a magnificent, quiet light emerged, one of the most powerful statements of faith in all Scripture. Job whispered the incredible truth, the famous declaration that pierces through the darkness of his doubt. Though he slay me, yet will I trust him. Let the simplicity and the paradox of that sentence resonate deep within your restful soul. Though he slay me, that is, the absolute reality of his suffering, the deepest expression of his despair. But yet, will I trust him? That is, the absolute transcendence of his faith, the unwavering choice of his will. His faith was not based on God's kindness to him in the moment. It was based on God's essential worthiness. He chose to trust God's character even when God's actions seemed utterly incomprehensible and devastating. This is the sacred turning point. Dear friend, it shows us the purest form of relationship, a love that says, even if I receive no comfort, even if my life ends in this suffering, I will still hold on to the truth of who you are. Job was living in the space between the I believe and the I don't understand. This space is terrifying, filled with doubt and fear, but it is also the fertile ground where true adult faith is born. It is the wrestling match where the soul refuses to let go until it receives the blessing of deeper trust. Tonight, as you rest, let Job's courageous reply be your gentle comfort when your mind is boggled by the mysteries of life, when you are exhausted by pain or worry. Remember his profound honesty. You are allowed to be both confused and trusting. You don't need to resolve the complexity of your situation to find rest. You only need to present your honest heart to the divine, trusting that the God who allowed the suffering is the very one who can redeem it. Feel the deep, quiet hum of conviction beneath your doubts. Let the wrestling cease. Breathe in the courage of Job's honesty. Breathe out the struggle to comprehend. Let the quiet of the night settle around you. Dear soul, we return to the ash heap, where the weary, afflicted Job now faces the return of his three companions. Their first round of speeches was painful, but their second and third rounds become even more rigid, more predictable, and more cruel. They have stopped listening to Job's heart and only hear their own failing doctrine. Imagine the atmosphere. The gentle stillness is broken once more by the voices of the friends, now fueled not by compassion, but by an exasperated need to prove their point. Their arguments spiral back to the simple, comforting, yet ultimately false idea of simple cause and effect. If you suffer, you must have sinned. The first to speak again is Eliphaz. His tone is now openly scornful. He accuses Job not just of sin, but of arrogance, of trying to be wiser than God and man combined. He sees Job's lament and his honest questions as a defiant storm of words, a restless wind that serves no purpose. He asks, should a wise man answer with windy knowledge and fill his stomach with the east wind? He implies that Job's words are empty, a sign that his heart is corrupt. Eliphaz firmly believed in the universal law of immediate retribution. He paints a vivid picture of the wicked man, the one who suffers torment all his days, whose house is destroyed by fire, and who leaves no descendants. This, dear friend, is a thinly veiled portrait of Job himself. Eliphaz is essentially telling Job, "Your current reality perfectly matches the fate of the wicked. Therefore, you are wicked." He ignores Job's previous righteous life and focuses only on the present destruction. Allow this difficult realization to bring a sense of profound peace. Human judgment is often blinded by appearance. Eliphaz could not see beyond the ashes, and so he judged based on a visible catastrophe. Let this remind you to rest not in the opinions of others, but in the unseen truth of your own heart before the Lord. Next, Bildad follows with even darker imagery, focusing entirely on the inescapable doom that awaits the godless. His voice is cold and detached, like the echo in an empty cave. He speaks of the wicked man's light turning to darkness, the roots beneath him drying up, and his branches above withering. He describes the terror of the wicked. Terrors startle him on every side and chase him at his heels. He is saying that Job's current feeling of dread and persecution is proof positive of a godless life. The shadows that surround Job, Bildad argues, are not accidents. They are God's purposeful pursuit. Bildad's words are driven by an absolute devotion to his doctrine of perfect order. If the wicked prosper, their prosperity must be fleeting. If the righteous suffer, their suffering must be punishment. This doctrine is a fragile shield against the fear of chaos, but it is utterly useless as a tool of compassion. Listen gently to the harshness of their words, dear soul, and let it remind you of the subtle danger of intellectual pride in matters of faith. When we are too certain of our own theological boxes, we lose the soft capacity for empathy. Rest in the knowledge that God's love is wider than any human theology. Zophar joins the chorus, his impatience flaring once more. He focuses on the temporary nature of the wicked man's joy, assuring Job that his former happiness was fleeting and his current pain is permanent. He describes the wicked man's brief triumph as being swallowed up forever, his wealth giving him no enjoyment. Zophar says, "Though his height mount up to the heavens, and his head reach to the clouds, yet he will perish forever like his own dung." This fierce, definitive language is the height of human judgment trying to speak with divine authority. The friends are trapped in a repetitive loop. They use the same arguments, the same terrifying imagery of divine retribution, never once pausing to consider that Job's innocence might be the true variable in their equation. They are convinced that some deep, hidden sin, a secret transgression, must be the root cause. This is the ultimate failure of their friendship. They concluded that their understanding of God was perfect, and therefore their friend must be flawed. They chose their creed over their compassion. Job, having absorbed this relentless stream of accusation, offers a gentle yet powerful challenge to their entire system. His question is simple, empirical, and devastating to their simple theology. Why do the wicked live, become old, yes, become mighty in power? He points out the observable, messy truth of the world. He sees wicked men whose prosperity is not fleeting. They are mighty. Their houses are safe. They are untroubled by God's scourge, and they live in peace until the day they die. He sees their children established around them, their families flourishing. This is the great confrontation. Dear friend, Job is holding up the evidence of his eyes against the doctrine of his friends. He is saying, your theology does not fit the world God actually created and governs. He knows that suffering is not always a direct, immediate response to sin, because if it were, many wicked men would already be consumed by the fire that surrounds him. He acknowledges the depth of God's mystery, the fact that God often delays judgment, allowing the sun to shine on the evil and the good alike. This realization is the source of Job's pain, but also the source of his profound honesty. He refuses to lie to defend God, even though he longs for God's presence. This question, why do the wicked prosper, is not an accusation against God, but a plea for God to explain his own chosen complexity. Job demands a deeper answer than the childish simplicity offered by his friends. He is seeking the truth behind the curtain, the real workings of divine sovereignty. Let this exchange settle your own heart now. When the world seems unfair, when the righteous struggle and the unjust thrive, Job gives you permission to acknowledge that reality. True faith does not require you to pretend that the world is simpler than it is. Rest in the knowledge that God knows the full, complex truth of every life. His justice is deep and patient, moving on a timetable that is vast and eternal, not limited to the next hour or the next dollar. Breathe in the complexity of God's truth. Breathe out the simple, crushing burden of human judgment. The arguments of the three friends have run their course. They offered their final, predictable judgments, exhausting their simple theories of life. Now, as the soft light of the moon begins to filter through the gentle shadows, we listen to Job's profound final reply. He stands firm, an immovable mountain against the endless wind of human accusation, choosing instead to analyze the deeper truth of human suffering and the mystery of divine wisdom. Feel the solid ground beneath you. Dear soul, as Job anchors his own argument, he begins by firmly maintaining his unyielding innocence. The friends had accused him of hidden crimes of exploiting the poor, denying water to the thirsty, and stripping widows of their garments. These were not just theoretical sins, they were specific acts of cruelty. Job faces this last great wave of condemnation with quiet resolve. He knows, in the deepest sanctuary of his heart, that these charges are false. He affirms his life was one of integrity and compassion, not corruption. This defense is not arrogance. It is the soul's desperate need to cling to the truth of its own moral identity when all external proof has been destroyed. His steadfast refusal to lie, even to make his suffering fit his friend's neat theology, becomes an act of profound faith. He refuses the false comfort of repentance for a sin he did not commit. He trusts the truth of his character more than the logic of his tormentors. Rest in this lesson. Beloved, your inner truth is more sacred than external appearance. The final words of the friends are delivered by Eliphaz, whose voice is now devoid of any initial kindness, hardening into a cold, legalistic judgment. He says that Job's wickedness must be great, otherwise this calamity would not have come. He treats God as a distant, calculating accountant, meticulously balancing sin and punishment. Job, however, ignores the personal attack and focuses on the nature of human misery. He begins to dissect the very fabric of distress, showing the friends that their simple formula fails the test of observation. He acknowledges that if he were truly wicked, he would deserve this judgment, but he knows his case is different. He expresses his central pain once more, the hiddenness of God. He cries out, wishing he knew the path to the Almighty's throne, that he might come even to his seat. Job does not want comfort. He wants clarity. He wants a face-to-face encounter, a chance to lay out his honest heart and receive a verdict from the ultimate source. Not from these noisy, small-minded men. Imagine Job's desperate search. He looks to the east and the west, the north and the south, but he cannot find the gentle hand of the Creator. He knows God sees him, for God knows the way that he takes. But for Job, this knowledge is a cold comfort, because the presence he seeks remains an invisible shadow, a whisper on the wind he cannot capture. This analysis of suffering becomes Job's most powerful counter-argument. He sees the chaos, the acts of violence and injustice committed daily, and observes that God does not always intervene instantly. The wicked often plunder and thrive, living out their days in peace, while the righteous are persecuted in the dark. He asks the universe, why do the wicked live, become old? Yes, become mighty in power. He is holding up the evidence of his eyes against the doctrine of his friends. He is saying, your theology does not fit the world God actually created and governs. He knows that suffering is not always a direct, immediate response to sin, because if it were, Many wicked men would already be consumed by the fire that surrounds him. This great confrontation, this quiet argument against their narrow view, also allowed Job to express his utter disdain for their poor attempts at comfort. He saw their words not as a blessing, but as a burden, as miserable comforters who were incapable of providing the soft, true solace his spirit craved. They added to his pain by requiring him to defend his integrity when he was already wrestling with God. Let the disappointment of Job remind you, dear one, that sometimes the most soothing response to pain is silence and acceptance, not shallow explanations. Job acknowledges the depth of God's mystery, the fact that God often delays judgment, allowing the sun to shine on the evil and the good alike. This realization is the source of Job's pain, but also the source of his profound honesty. He refuses to lie to defend God, even though he longs for God's presence. This question, "Why do the wicked prosper?" is not an accusation against God, but a plea for God to explain his own chosen complexity. Job demands a deeper answer than the childish simplicity offered by his friends. He is seeking the truth behind the curtain, the real workings of divine sovereignty. This section is heavy with the weight of the world's pain. Job feels the anguish of all humanity, the uncertainty of existence, and the deep, frustrating realization that the wicked are often left untouched by the swift fire of divine judgment. He is articulating the core human struggle, the desire for immediate fairness in a world governed by infinite, mysterious patience. Then, in a sudden, magnificent shift, Job introduces the hymn to wisdom. After fighting relentlessly to defend his own moral wisdom, he pauses to sing one of the most beautiful, introspective poems in all Scripture. Stepping completely outside his own suffering, he begins by describing the exhaustive, brilliant human search for earthly treasures. Man is a creature of incredible skill. He digs into the deepest mine, separating stone and rock, cutting rivers through the earth, bringing hidden things to light. Picture the diligent miner, dear soul. He hangs suspended from a rope, far from human habitation, swinging quietly in the deep darkness. He searches for the sapphire and the gold, pushing beyond the limits of what is visible, deeper than the eagle's eye can perceive. Far below the pathways of the wild beasts, the waters that flow on the surface are forgotten. He drains them away to find the treasure hidden in the earth's belly. Man finds silver, he finds gold, and he finds the source of water deep beneath the ground. He has learned to weigh the wind and measure the waters. He has trodden paths unknown to the fierce bird of prey. The light of his technology can pierce the darkness of the earth. Job praises this magnificent human capacity for discovery and knowledge of the physical world, acknowledging its awesome power. But then he asks the profound, quiet question: but where shall wisdom be found, and where is the place of understanding? He shows that human skill, no matter how great, cannot dig deep enough to unearth the source of true wisdom. The gold of Ophir cannot buy it. The deep sea cannot hold it, and it is hidden from the eye of every living creature. The final conclusion of this breathtaking chapter settles upon you like a soft, quiet realization. Job determines that wisdom is unattainable by human effort alone. It is a treasure guarded not by rock, but by the Creator Himself. God alone understands the way to wisdom. He established its limits, its rules, and its final location. He looked upon the creation and measured it, and declared the source of all true, meaningful knowledge. And what is the ultimate, divine definition of this ultimate wisdom? Dear soul, it is utterly simple, utterly peaceful, and utterly accessible. The Lord said to man, "Behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding." This is the gentle climax of Job's entire long defense. After all the frantic searching, after all the noise of the arguments, the deepest truth is quiet reverence. True wisdom is not finding an answer to the why, but cultivating a peaceful relationship with the who. It is choosing to rest in awe of the Creator and letting that awe guide your actions. Let the finality of Job's rebuttal now bring a deep, restorative calm to your spirit. You do not need to solve the world's puzzles to find rest. You only need to settle your soul in quiet reverence. Breathe in the deep, ancient wisdom. Breathe out the anxiety of searching and striving. Dear soul, let the quiet weight of Job's profound rebuttal settle over you. Having silenced his friends with his superior wisdom and his unyielding faith, Job now enters his final, deeply personal address. He speaks not to Eliphaz, Bildad, or Zophar, but to the silence, to the heavens, and to his own ravaged memory. His voice, though weary, now carries the resonant tone of absolute authority. He begins with a deep, longing sigh, a quiet yearning for the beautiful, blessed life he once knew. This is the act of nostalgia for past glory, a poignant look back at the days when the light of God shone upon his head, and his candle illuminated the darkness around him. Imagine him closing his eyes, seeing the vision of the past. He remembers the time when God's friendship was upon his tent. Feel the warmth of that divine presence, the comfort of knowing you are held close by the Almighty. His path was illuminated by a quiet, steady light that guided his every step, making the way clear and safe. He recalls the days of his vigor, when his children were still surrounding him, a beautiful circle of life and laughter. The secret of God was upon his tent, creating an atmosphere of peace and stability that felt unshakable. Let your mind linger on this feeling of wholeness and divine favor, the quiet security that once defined his life. In those former days, when he went out to the city gate and took his seat, the young men saw him and respectfully hid themselves, and the aged arose and stood. His presence commanded quiet reverence, not through force, but through the known integrity of his character. Feel the honor, the respect that clothed him like a royal garment. He remembers how the ears that heard him blessed him, and the eyes that saw him bore witness to him. Why? Because he rescued the poor when they cried out. He was the gentle hand that provided for the orphan who had no helper. He was the eyes to the blind and the feet to the lame. He shattered the jaws of the wicked and plucked the victims from their grasp. This is the beautiful, quiet image of a life lived in active, consistent compassion. He did not merely possess wealth, he used it as an instrument of divine justice. His righteousness was not a secret virtue. It was a visible spring of water in the desert, flowing out to refresh the parched souls around him. Let the warmth of that quiet benevolence settle over you. Then, the sudden, terrible silence of the comparison to the present ruin descends upon his memory. Job confronts the stark, crushing reality of his present condition, where the quiet honor of the past is violently replaced by absolute scorn. Now, he is mocked by those younger than himself, whose fathers he would have disdained to set with the dogs of his flock. These are the children of base men, the utterly rejected of society, who now stand and sing mocking songs about him. His name, once a symbol of honor, is now a word of scorn, whispered with contempt and ridicule. Imagine the deep, icy pain of this reversal. He is no longer sitting in the gate, but is cast out, forced to dwell among the ashes. The gentle light of God's candle is gone, replaced by the relentless, sharp pain that gnaws at his bones. He feels hunted, saying, "Terrors are turned upon me," and his dignity is swept away like a cloud by a furious wind. His very body is a witness to his misery. He speaks of the continuous, gnawing pain, the way his bones burn, and his flesh is consumed. He feels his life being poured out like water, his days gone like a breath. This is the essence of his suffering physical ruin, social humiliation, and spiritual abandonment, all compounding the deepest sense of injustice He cries out that God has turned to be cruel to him, that the mighty hand of the Creator is now striking him down with all its force. This is the honest, agonizing confession of a soul wrestling with a seemingly hostile divine reality. He did not receive what he expected from a life of devotion. He received the exact opposite. In his final, most powerful declaration, Job turns his attention fully away from the external world and enters the courtroom of his own conscience, the declaration of innocence. He offers his final, formal oath of innocence, a detailed, itemized defense of his life that constitutes his ultimate act of faith. He takes a sacred oath before the universe, daring God to find fault in him. This is not defiance, it is an act of trust, believing that an honest heart will ultimately be vindicated by its maker. He lays out his life, section by section, like sacred scrolls, for the Almighty to inspect. He addresses the quiet sin of the eyes and the heart. If my step has turned out of the way, or my heart walked after my eyes, or if any spot adheres to my hands, he affirms that he maintained absolute purity in his thoughts and desires, avoiding lust and maintaining fidelity. He speaks of honesty in business. If my land cries out against me, or its furrows weep together, he swears he did not cheat his laborers or exploit his property through deceit. His possessions were not gained through violence or fraud. He speaks of his deepest compassion. If I have seen anyone perish for lack of clothing, or any poor man without covering, if I have eaten my morsel alone, and the fatherless has not eaten of it, he affirms his absolute generosity, proving that the welfare of the needy was woven into the very fabric of his daily life. He considered the poor to be under his protection from his youth. Finally, Job makes his ultimate appeal, his thirst for righteous vindication. He longs for a final, fair hearing. He says, "Oh, that I had one to hear me. Here is my signature. Let the Almighty answer me." He wishes for the adversary to write down his indictment. He would carry that document upon his shoulder as a badge of honor and bind it on his head like a crown. He is so utterly confident in his innocence that he dares to face the final verdict. Convinced that a just God must affirm his righteousness, this powerful, emotional, and detailed defense concludes the human argument in the book of Job. The ash heap is silent. The friends have no more words. Job has said all that can be said by a suffering, yet fiercely faithful, human soul. He has presented his raw pain, his honest doubt, and his unyielding integrity. Let the quiet certainty of Job's final claim settle into the depths of your being. You have reached the end of the human words. The stage is now perfectly set for the voice of the divine to answer the honest cries of his devoted servant. Now, let your mind become quiet, dear friend. You have witnessed the final human surrender, the surrender of words, but not of trust. Feel the gentle ebb and flow of the quiet waves, carrying away the noise of the arguments and leaving only the still, deep faith of Job. Rest now, beloved soul. Let the quiet darkness enfold you and drift easily toward deep and peaceful sleep. Let the quiet of the night settle around you, dear soul. We return to the ash heap where the weary, afflicted Job now faces the return of his 3 companions, their first round of speeches was painful, but their second and third rounds become even more rigid, more predictable, and more cruel. They have stopped listening to Job's heart and only hear their own failing doctrine. Imagine the atmosphere, the gentle stillness is broken once more by the voices of the friends, now fueled not by compassion but by an exasperated need to prove their point. Their arguments spiral back to the simple, comforting, yet ultimately false idea of simple cause and effect. If you suffer, you must have sinned the first. To speak again is Eliphaz. His tone is now openly scornful. He accuses Job not just of sin, but of arrogance, of trying to be wiser than God and man combined. He sees Job's lament and his honest questions as a defiant storm of words, a restless wind that serves no purpose. He asks, should a wise man answer with windy knowledge and fill his stomach with the east wind? He implies that Job's words are empty, a sign that his heart is corrupt. Eliphaz firmly believed in the universal law of immediate retribution. he paints a vivid picture of the wicked man, the one who suffers torment all his days, whose house is destroyed by fire, and who leaves no descendants. This, dear friend, is a thinly veiled portrait of Job himself. Eliphaz is essentially telling Job, your current reality perfectly matches the fate of the wicked. Therefore, you are wicked. He ignores Job's previous righteous life and focuses only on the present destruction. Allow this difficult realization to bring a sense of profound peace. Human judgment is often blinded by appearance. Eliphaz could not see beyond the ashes, and so he judged based on a visible catastrophe. Let this remind you to rest not in the opinions of others, but in the unseen truth of your own heart before the Lord. Next, Bildad follows with even darker imagery, focusing entirely on the inescapable doom that awaits the godless. His voice is cold and detached, like the echo in an empty cave. He speaks of the wicked man's light turning to darkness, the roots beneath him drying up, and his branches above withering. He describes the terror of the wicked. Terrors startle him on every side and chase him at his heels. He is saying that Job's current feeling of dread and persecution is proof positive of a godless life. The shadows that surround Job, Bildad argues, are not accidents. They are God's purposeful pursuit. Bildad's words are driven by an absolute devotion to his doctrine of perfect order. If the wicked prosper, their prosperity must be fleeting. If the righteous suffer, their suffering must be punishment. This doctrine is a fragile shield against the fear of chaos, but it is utterly useless as a tool of compassion. Listen gently to the harshness of their words, dear soul, and let it remind you of the subtle danger of intellectual pride in matters of faith, when we are too certain of our own theological boxes. We lose the soft capacity for empathy. Rest in the knowledge that God's love is wider than any human theology. Zophar joins the chorus, his impatience flaring. Once more, he focuses on the temporary nature of the wicked man's joy, assuring Job that his former happiness was fleeting and his current pain is permanent. He describes the wicked man's brief triumph as being swallowed up forever, his wealth giving him no enjoyment. Zophar says, though his height mount up to the heavens, and his head reach to the clouds, yet he will perish forever like his own dung. This fierce, definitive language is the height of human judgment, trying to speak with divine authority. The friends are trapped in a repetitive loop. They use the same arguments, the same terrifying imagery of divine retribution, never once pausing to consider that Job's innocence might be the true variable in their equation. They are convinced that some deep, hidden sin, a secret transgression, must be the root cause. This is the ultimate failure of their friendship. They concluded that their understanding of God was perfect, and therefore their friend must be flawed. They chose their creed over their compassion. Job, having absorbed this relentless stream of accusation, offers a gentle yet powerful challenge. to their entire system. His question is simple, empirical, and devastating to their simple theology. Why do the wicked live, become old, yes, become mighty? In power, he points out the observable, messy truth of the world. He sees wicked men whose prosperity is not fleeting. They are mighty. Their houses are safe. They are untroubled by God's scourge, and they live in peace until the day they die. He sees their children established around them, their families flourishing. This is the great confrontation. Dear friend, Job is holding up the evidence of his eyes against the doctrine of his friends. He is saying, your theology does not fit the world God actually created and governs. He knows that suffering is not always a direct, immediate response to sin, because if it were, many wicked men would already be consumed by the fire that surrounds him. He acknowledges the depth of God's mystery, the fact that God often delays judgment, allowing the sun to shine on the evil and the good alike. This realization is the source of Job's pain, but also the source of his profound honesty. He refuses to lie, to defend God, even though he longs for God's presence. This question, why do the wicked prosper, is not an accusation against God, but a plea for God to explain his own chosen complexity. Job demands a deeper answer than the childish simplicity offered by his friends. He is seeking the truth behind the curtain, the real workings of divine sovereignty. Let this exchange settle your own heart. Now, when the world seems unfair, when the righteous struggle and the unjust thrive. Job gives you permission to acknowledge that reality. True faith does not require you to pretend that the world is simpler than it is. Rest in the knowledge that God knows the full, complex truth of every life. His justice is deep and patient, moving on a timetable that is vast and eternal, not limited to the next hour or the next dollar. Breathe in the complexity of God's truth. Breathe out the simple, crushing burden of human judgment. The arguments of the three friends have run their course. They offered their final, predictable judgments, exhausting their simple theories of life. Now, as the soft light of the moon begins to filter through the gentle shadows, we listen to Job's profound final reply. He stands firm, an immovable mountain, against the endless wind of human accusation, choosing instead to analyze the deeper truth of human suffering and the mystery of divine wisdom. Feel the solid ground beneath you, dear soul, as Job anchors his own argument. He begins by firmly maintaining his unyielding innocence. The friends had accused him of hidden crimes, of exploiting the poor, denying water to the thirsty, and stripping widows of their garments. These were not just theoretical sins. They were specific acts of cruelty. Job faces this last great wave of condemnation with quiet resolve. He knows in the deepest sanctuary of his heart that these charges are false. He affirms his life was one of integrity and compassion, not corruption. This defense is not arrogance. It is the soul's desperate need to cling to the truth of its own moral identity. When all external proof has been destroyed, his steadfast refusal to lie, even to make his suffering fit his friends' neat theology becomes an act of profound faith. He refuses the false comfort of repentance for a sin he did not commit. He trusts the truth of his character more than the logic of his tormentors. Rest in this lesson, beloved. Your inner truth is more sacred than external appearance. The final words of the friends are delivered by Eliphaz, whose voice is now devoid of any initial kindness, hardening into a cold, legalistic judgment. He says that Job's wickedness must be great, otherwise this calamity would not have come. He treats God as a distant, calculating accountant, meticulously balancing sin and punishment. Job, however, ignores the personal attack and focuses on the nature of human misery. He begins to dissect the very fabric of distress, showing the friends that their simple formula fails the test of observation. He acknowledges that if he were truly wicked, he would deserve this judgment. But he knows his case is different. He expresses his central pain once more, the hiddenness of God. He cries out, wishing he knew the path to the Almighty's throne, that he might come even to his seat. Job does not want comfort. He wants clarity. He wants a face-to-face encounter, a chance to lay out his honest heart and receive a verdict from the ultimate source, not from these noisy, small-minded men. Imagine Job's desperate search. He looks to the east and the west, the north and the south, but he cannot find the gentle hand of the Creator. He knows God sees him, for God knows the way that he takes. But for Job, this knowledge is a cold comfort, because the presence he seeks remains an invisible shadow, a whisper on the wind he cannot capture. This analysis of suffering becomes Job's most powerful counter-argument. He sees the chaos, the acts of violence, and injustice committed daily, and observes that God does not always intervene instantly. The wicked often plunder and thrive, living out their days in peace, while the righteous are persecuted in the dark. He asks the universe, why do the wicked live, become old, yes, become mighty in power? He is holding up the evidence of his eyes against the doctrine of his friends. He is saying, your theology does not fit the world God actually created and governs. He knows that suffering is not always a direct, immediate response to sin, because if it were, many wicked men would already be consumed by the fire that surrounds him. This great confrontation, this quiet argument against their narrow view, also allowed Job to express his utter disdain for their poor attempts at comfort. He saw their words not as a blessing, but as a burden, as miserable comforters who were incapable of providing the soft, true solace his spirit craved. They added to his pain by requiring him to defend his integrity when he was already wrestling with God. Let the disappointment of Job remind you, dear one, that sometimes the most soothing response to pain is silence and acceptance, not shallow explanations, Job acknowledges the depth of God's mystery, the fact that God often delays judgment, allowing the sun to shine on the evil and the good alike. This realization is the source of Job's pain, but also the source of his profound honesty. He refuses to lie, to defend God, even though he longs for God's presence. This question, why do the wicked prosper, is not an accusation against God, but a plea for God to explain his own chosen complexity. Job demands a deeper answer than the childish simplicity offered by his friends. He is seeking the truth behind the curtain, the real workings of divine sovereignty. This section is heavy with the weight of the world's pain. Job feels the anguish of all humanity, the uncertainty of existence, and the deep, frustrating realization that the wicked are often left untouched by the swift fire of divine judgment. He is articulating the core human struggle, the desire for immediate fairness in a world governed by infinite, mysterious patience. Then, in a sudden, magnificent shift, Job introduces the hymn to wisdom. After fighting relentlessly to defend his own moral wisdom, he pauses to sing one of the most beautiful, introspective poems in all Scripture, stepping completely outside his own suffering. He begins by describing the exhaustive, brilliant human search for earthly treasures. Man is a creature of incredible skill. He digs into the deepest mine, separating stone and rock, cutting rivers through the earth, bringing hidden things to light. Picture the diligent miner. Dear soul, he hangs suspended from a rope far from human habitation, swinging quietly in the deep darkness. He searches for the sapphire and the gold, pushing beyond the limits of what is visible, deeper than the eagle's eye can perceive, far below the pathways of the wild beasts, the waters that flow on the surface are forgotten. He drains them away to find the treasure hidden in the earth's belly. Man finds silver, he finds gold, and he finds the source of water deep beneath the ground. He has learned to weigh the wind and measure the waters. He has trodden paths unknown to the fierce bird of prey. The light of his technology can pierce the darkness of the earth. Job praises this magnificent human capacity for discovery and knowledge of the physical world, acknowledging its awesome power. But then he asks the profound, quiet question, but where shall wisdom be found, and where is the place of understanding? He shows that human skill, no matter how great, cannot dig deep enough to unearth the source of true wisdom. The gold of Ophir cannot buy it. The deep sea cannot hold it, and it is hidden from the eye of every living creature. The final conclusion of this breathtaking chapter settles upon you like a soft, quiet realization. Job determines that wisdom is unattainable by human effort alone. It is a treasure guarded not by rock, but by the Creator Himself. God alone understands the way to wisdom. He established its limits, its rules, and its final location. He looked upon the creation and measured it and declared the source of all true, meaningful knowledge, and what is the ultimate divine definition of this ultimate wisdom. Dear soul, it is utterly simple, utterly peaceful, and utterly accessible. The Lord said to man, "Behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding." This is the gentle climax of Job's entire long defense. After all, the frantic searching, after all, the noise of the arguments, the deepest truth is quiet reverence. True wisdom is not finding an answer to the why, but cultivating a peaceful relationship with the who. It is choosing to rest in awe of the Creator and letting that awe guide your actions. Let the finality of Job's rebuttal now bring a deep, restorative calm to your spirit. You do not need to solve the world's puzzles to find rest. You only need to settle your soul in quiet reverence. Breathe in the deep, ancient wisdom. Breathe out the anxiety of searching and striving. Dear soul, let the quiet weight of Job's profound rebuttal settle over you, having silenced his friends with his superior wisdom and his unyielding faith. Job now enters his final, deeply personal address. He speaks not to Eliphaz, Bildad, or Zophar, but to the silence, to the heavens, and to his own ravaged memory. His voice, though weary, now carries the resonant tone of absolute authority. He begins with a deep, longing sigh, a quiet yearning for the beautiful, blessed life he once knew. This is the act of nostalgia for past glory, a poignant look back at the days when the light of God shone upon his head and his candle illuminated the darkness around him. Imagine him closing his eyes, seeing the vision of the past. He remembers the time when God's friendship was upon his tent. Feel the warmth of that divine presence, the comfort of knowing you are held close by the Almighty. His path was illuminated by a quiet, steady light that guided his every step, making the way clear and safe. He recalls the days of his vigor when his children were still surrounding him, a beautiful circle of life and laughter. The secret of God was upon his tent, creating an atmosphere of peace and stability that felt unshakable. Let your mind linger on this feeling of wholeness and divine favor, the quiet security that once defined his life in those former days when he went out to the city gate and took his seat. The young men saw him and respectfully hid themselves, and the aged arose and stood. His presence commanded quiet reverence, not through force, but through the known integrity of his character. Feel the honor, the respect that clothed him like a royal garment. He remembers how the ears that heard him blessed him, and the eyes that saw him bore witness to him. Why? Because he rescued the poor when they cried out. He was the gentle hand that provided for the orphan who had no helper. He was the eyes to the blind and the feet to the lame. He shattered the jaws of the wicked and plucked the victims from their grasp. This is the beautiful, quiet image of a life lived in active, consistent compassion. He did not merely possess wealth. He used it as an instrument of divine justice. His righteousness was not a secret virtue. It was a visible spring of water in the desert, flowing out to refresh the parched souls around him. Let the warmth of that quiet benevolence settle over you. Then the sudden, terrible silence of the comparison to the present ruin descends upon his memory. Job confronts the stark, crushing reality of his present condition, where the quiet honor of the past is violently replaced by absolute scorn. Now he is mocked by those younger than himself, whose fathers he would have disdained to set with the dogs of his flock. These are the children of base men, the utterly rejected of society, who now stand and sing mocking songs about him. His name, once a symbol of honor, is now a word of scorn, whispered with contempt and ridicule. Imagine the deep, icy pain of this reversal. He is no longer sitting in the gate, but is cast out, forced to dwell among the ashes. The gentle light of God's candle is gone, replaced by the relentless, sharp pain that gnaws at his bones. He feels hunted, saying, "Terrors are turned upon me," and his dignity is swept away like a cloud by a furious wind. His very body is a witness to his misery. He speaks of the continuous, gnawing pain, the way his bones burn and his flesh is consumed. He feels his life being poured out like water, his days gone like a breath. This is the essence of his suffering: physical ruin, social humiliation, and spiritual abandonment, all compounding the deepest sense of injustice. He cries out that God has turned to be cruel to him, that the mighty hand of the Creator is now striking him down with all its force. This is the honest, agonizing confession of a soul wrestling with a seemingly hostile, divine reality. He did not receive what he expected from a life of devotion. He received the exact opposite. In his final, most powerful declaration, Job turns his attention fully away from the external world and enters the courtroom of his own conscience. The declaration of innocence. He offers his final formal oath of innocence, a detailed, itemized defense of his life that constitutes his ultimate act of faith. He takes a sacred oath before the universe, daring God to find fault in him. This is not defiance. It is an act of trust, believing that an honest heart will ultimately be vindicated by its Maker. He lays out his life, section by section, like sacred scrolls for the Almighty to inspect. He addresses the quiet sin of the eyes and the heart. If my step has turned out of the way, or my heart walked after my eyes, or if any spot adheres to my hands, he affirms that he maintained absolute purity in his thoughts and desires, avoiding lust and maintaining fidelity. He speaks of honesty in business. If my land cries out against me, or its furrows weep together, he swears he did not cheat his laborers, or exploit his property through deceit. His possessions were not gained through violence or fraud. He speaks of his deepest compassion. If I have seen anyone perish for lack of clothing, or any poor man without covering, if I have eaten my morsel alone, and the fatherless has not eaten of it, he affirms his absolute generosity, proving that the welfare of the needy was woven into the very fabric of his daily life. He considered the poor to be under his protection from his youth. Finally, Job makes his ultimate appeal, his thirst for righteous vindication. He longs for a final, fair hearing. He says, "Oh, that I had one to hear me. Here is my signature. Let the Almighty answer me." He wishes for the adversary to write down his indictment. He would carry that document upon his shoulder as a badge of honor and bind it on his head like a crown. He is so utterly confident in his innocence that he dares to face the final verdict, convinced that a just God must affirm his righteousness. This powerful, emotional, and detailed defense concludes the human argument in the book of Job. The ash heap is silent. The friends have no more words. Job has said all that can be said by a suffering yet fiercely faithful human soul. He has presented his raw pain, his honest doubt, and his unyielding integrity. Let the quiet certainty of Job's final claim settle into the depths of your being. You have reached the end of the human words. The stage is now perfectly set for the voice of the divine to answer the honest cries of his devoted servant. Now, let your mind become quiet. Dear friend, you have witnessed the final human surrender. the surrender of words, but not of trust. Feel the gentle ebb and flow of the quiet waves carrying away the noise of the arguments and leaving only the still, deep faith of Job. Rest now, beloved soul. Let the quiet darkness enfold you and drift easily toward deep and peaceful sleep. Hush, dear soul. The quiet arguments have completely dissolved. The voice of Elihu has prepared the way. But now, the air itself shifts. A new sound, deep and immense, begins to form the sound of the whirlwind. It is not a sound of destruction, but of absolute, consuming presence, a vast, surrounding sound that is the very breath of God. And from the heart of this divine whirlwind, the Creator speaks. His voice is not a thunderous shout of anger, but a profound, resonant question, a voice that does not chide, but seeks only to awaken the heart. The Almighty speaks to Job, and his words are utterly simple. Who is this who darkens counsel by words without knowledge? This question is not a fierce rebuke, but a gentle, necessary correction. It asks Job and asks you to recognize the limits of human understanding. The Creator is inviting His servant to step back from the small, constrained logic of human arguments and to behold the immense, beautiful reality of the divine mind. God does not directly address Job's suffering, nor does He condemn his past righteousness. He immediately sweeps the conversation out of the ash heap and into the vast, boundless cosmos. The Lord invites Job to contemplate the unanswerable, the truth that is too big for human minds. The Lord begins His questioning with the majestic foundation of the earth. He asks Job, "Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Tell me, if you have understanding." Imagine standing with God in that silent, primal moment. Dear one, can you feel the weight of the massive earth taking shape? God speaks of the cosmic plans, the measuring line stretched out, the pillars sunk deep, the cornerstones set in place. This is the architectural blueprint of the universe. And Job was not consulted, nor was he present. The Lord recalls the first morning, when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Feel the deep, resonant joy of that original creation, the light bursting forth into the primal darkness. This question gently reminds Job that his suffering is a brief moment in the eternal song of creation. The Creator is saying, Job, your problem is immense, but the mind that set the foundations of all that exists is infinitely greater than your problem. Let the weight of the earth settle your heart now. The hand that holds the cosmos also holds you. God continues his quiet interrogation, turning Job's attention to the immense, terrifying power of the sea. He asks, "Who shut up the sea with doors? When it burst forth and issued from the womb, imagine the violent chaos of the original waters." Dear soul, God speaks of wrapping the raging ocean in a cloud garment and giving it thick darkness as a swaddling band. He established the quiet, eternal boundary for the waves, saying, "This far you may come, but no farther. And here your proud waves must stop." Feel the gentle power of that command, the quiet control over the massive, destructive force of the sea. The Lord is teaching Job and teaching us that the chaotic elements of life, the very suffering that engulfs him, are held within boundaries set by a loving, sovereign hand. The ocean of affliction cannot drown you unless the Lord wills it, and even then, its purpose is constrained. The questions shift to the quiet, subtle processes of the earth and the heavens. The Lord asks about the springs of the sea, the paths of the deep, and the gates of death. Has Job ever walked the deepest, darkest corridors of existence? Has he seen the quiet, hidden processes that govern life and mortality? The Lord then points to the light and the darkness, asking where they dwell. The path of the light is ordered. Its source is known to God alone. Has Job ever commanded the morning to appear, or caused the dawn to know its place? This focus on light and darkness is deeply symbolic. Dear friend, Job has been living in spiritual darkness, demanding light and clarity. God is showing him that he is the source of all light, and that even the darkness serves a purpose, governed by his perfect timing. The rising of the sun is a quiet, daily miracle that testifies to God's absolute, unwavering control. The Lord continues to sweep through the elements of the natural world, gently challenging Job's capacity to manage even the smallest natural phenomena. He asks about the rain and the snow. Who is the father of the rain? Who has begotten the drops of dew? Has Job entered the treasuries of the snow and the hail? Those elements God reserves for the time of trouble. Think of the vast, quiet wisdom required to coordinate the atmosphere, to send the rain to the barren land where no man lives, simply to satisfy the desolate and waste ground. The power of nature is revealed as an act of intimate, constant management, not random occurrence. This emphasizes that if God cares for the empty wilderness, how much more does he care for his suffering servant? Finally, the Lord turns to the distant, breathtaking expanse of the stars and the constellations. He asks Job if he can bind the beautiful Pleiades or loose the cords of Orion. Can he bring out the constellations in their season or guide the bear with its cubs? Look up at the gentle, cool light of the stars in the quiet night sky. Dear soul, these celestial bodies, vast and ancient, move in perfect, eternal rhythm, untouched by human worry or confusion. Their order is a quiet testament to God's massive, meticulous mind. The message is simple and overwhelmingly warm. Man is small but loved. Job is small, insignificant compared to the cosmos. But the God who controls the stars in their orbits is the same God who is now speaking directly to him from the whirlwind. The immense scale of God's power is not a weapon to crush humanity, but a blanket of security to hold it. The Lord is showing Job that his perspective was too narrow, focused only on the self and the pain. He is lovingly lifting Job's gaze to the magnificent, reliable majesty of the Creator, proving that a power so vast can never be guilty of careless injustice. Job's comfort is to be found not in knowing the reason for the pain, but in knowing the magnitude of the one who controls the pain. Breathe in the quiet, immense love that sustains the stars. Breathe out your small, earthly worries. Let the deep silence after the divine voice settle over your entire being. Allow yourself to dissolve into the boundless power that orders the universe. Release every thought, every tension, and sink into the quiet, perfect rest that awaits your heart in the deep night. Let the quiet beauty of the wild world settle your heart. Dear soul, the Creator's voice, still speaking from the heart of the great wind, now shifts its focus from the immense cosmic stage to the intimate, specific life of the earth. He invites Job to marvel at the creatures of the field and the air, the living expressions of divine power. This section is a quiet gallery of animal life, demonstrating God's meticulous, personalized care for every single creature. The message is simple yet profound. If God grants such unique freedom and power to these untamed beings, His care for His beloved human servant is infinitely greater and more precise. The Lord begins with the wild goats of the rock and the wild deer. He asks Job if he knows the time when the wild goats bring forth their young, or if he can mark when the deer calves. Can you count the months they fulfill, or know the moment they bring forth their young? Imagine the quiet, high places of the mountain, where the wild goats climb with fearless agility. God speaks of their deep, innate freedom, the ability to deliver their young and send them away, never to return. the wildness is their strength, and God is the one who granted it. Job cannot govern their birthing cycle. He can only witness the perfection of its timing. He then turns to the powerful, untamable wild ox. God asks Job if this beast will consent to serve him, or if it will abide by his manger. Will you trust him because his strength is great? Will you leave your labor to him, or depend on him to bring home your seed and gather it into your barn? The answer, whispered in the deep quiet, is no. The wild ox is given a strength too vast for human control, a freedom too great for human use. This creature, with its immense, quiet power, exists solely under the governance of its maker. It is a symbol of power unbound, belonging only to the divine. You cannot yoke its power. Dear soul, it serves a higher, unseen purpose. The interrogation moves to the plains and deserts, focusing on the peculiar and beautiful ostrich. God asks Job about the wings of the ostrich, which wave proudly. Yet she leaves her eggs in the earth, warming them in the sand, forgetting that a foot may crush them, or a wild beast may break them. The ostrich is given a speed so magnificent that she laughs at the horse and its rider. Yet, she is granted a strange, almost careless approach to motherhood. God says, "For God has deprived her of wisdom, nor has he given her a share of understanding." This is the great, quiet paradox. Dear friend, God grants one creature magnificent speed and another profound instinct, but not both. This beautiful imperfection in creation highlights the deliberate, diverse wisdom of the Creator. God's genius lies in variation, not uniformity. He does not create perfect beings, but perfectly unique ones, each serving his purpose. The ostrich's seemingly foolish behavior is a deliberate choice of the Maker, designed to inspire awe at the sheer diversity of divine design. Let the image of the swift, carefree ostrich bring a gentle smile to your resting mind. There is deep comfort in recognizing that even the seemingly illogical aspects of life are part of a greater, wiser design. Next, the Lord describes the powerful, magnificent warhorse, a creature of incredible strength and spirit. God asks Job, "Have you given the horse strength? Have you clothed his neck with a flowing mane?" Imagine the quiet drama of the horse preparing for battle. Its neck is clothed in thunder. It leaps like a locust, and its snorting is terrible. It paws the ground. It rejoices in its strength, and it meets the weapons of war without fear. It mocks at fear and is not frightened. It does not turn back from the sword. This creature, born for battle, is given its courage, its snorting fire, and its defiance by the Creator Himself. The horse's very existence is a testament to the fact that God not only creates peace, but also designs and governs power. The courage that fills its heart is not human-made, it is a divine gift. The horse's defiance of the spear and the quiver is an image of the untamed spirit that only God can fully harness. This image reminds us that the fierceness and strength we witness in the world are not chaos. They are controlled, purposeful forces, instilled by the same hand that offers rest and quiet solace. The focus then shifts to the aerial mastery of the hawk and the eagle. God asks Job, "Does the hawk fly by your wisdom, and spread its wings toward the south, and of the eagle? Does the eagle mount up at your command, and make its nest on high?" The Lord describes the soaring majesty of the eagle, whose nest is built on the crag of the rock, high and safe. From there, the eagle watches for its prey, and its eyes see from afar. Its young ones suck up blood, and where the slain are, there it is. The flight of the hawk and the sight of the eagle are not learned skills. They are innate, perfect gifts woven into their very being. Job cannot command their flight. He can only observe their majestic freedom. He cannot tell the hawk when to migrate, or the eagle where to build its home. Their existence is guided by invisible, perfect instinct. This section is a gentle, quiet revelation of God's intimate care for every niche of creation. From the inaccessible mountain to the vast, open sky, the Lord is the one who provides the nest, grants the instinct, and sustains life. This final gallery of life brings the message full circle. Dear soul, the Creator has revealed that His sovereignty is not just in the great acts of creation, but in the smallest, most specific details of existence. The care that sustains the wild goat in the high, lonely crags is the same care that cradles you in the quiet of this night. There is no creature too wild for His governance, and no detail too small for His attention. The very instincts that guide the ostrich and the horse are whispers of His will. Your own life, with its unique strengths and vulnerabilities, is perfectly designed and sustained by the same boundless love. Let the vivid images of the wild, free creatures now fill your mind with a sense of quiet wonder and deep safety. You are part of this grand, magnificent tapestry, known and loved in every detail. Breathe in the specific, intimate care of the Creator. Breathe out the feeling of being overlooked or forgotten. Hush, dear soul. The Creator's voice, though full of majesty, now lowers itself to speak of two creatures so immense so powerful that they stand as symbols of all that man fears. We turn our quiet attention to the behemoth and the Leviathan, the last, greatest challenge to Job's pride and the ultimate proof of God's complete control. The Lord pauses his questioning and gently invites Job to gird up his loins to prepare himself for a final, profound truth. Job has claimed the ability to defend himself and his justice against the Almighty. Now, God offers him a direct challenge. Behold now behemoth, which I made along with you. The behemoth is presented as an earthly titan, a creature of immense, passive strength. Its bones are like tubes of bronze, its limbs like bars of iron. It feeds on the mountains, where all the beasts of the field play. It lies under the lotus trees, in the covert of the reeds and marsh. Imagine its quiet, massive bulk, resting peacefully beneath the shade, though terrifyingly large. It is a creature of perfect, quiet contentment, entirely under God's command. This creature represents the sheer, overwhelming, unconquerable power of the earth. Job cannot control it, yet God fashioned it and provides its resting place. The Lord asks Job if he can approach the behemoth. Can anyone take it by its eyes or pierce its nose with a snare? The answer is a soft, obvious no. Man cannot master this great beast. The Creator is challenging Job's claim to power, reminding him that the greatest physical forces of the earth, forces that dwarf all human engineering, are merely playthings in the hands of the Almighty. He asks Job to consider the creature's quiet might, its majestic tail swaying like a cedar tree. This creature is the first of the ways of God, an original masterpiece of colossal, enduring power. If Job cannot even capture or tame this creature, how can he possibly seek to bind or challenge its maker? The challenge is not meant to condemn, but to quietly shift Job's perspective from his personal misery to the Creator's cosmic magnificence. The lesson here is profound and warm. Dear friend, Job and you cannot contend with a creature of such physical magnitude. How, then, can a man presume to argue about justice with the one who created this creature, who gave it its strength, and who sustains its every breath? God is teaching Job that true power rests not in the ability to overcome hardship, but in the humility to submit to the one who controls the source of all hardship. The sheer size of the behemoth is meant to shrink the scale of human worry, showing that God's mastery extends even to the most monumental forces of the physical world. Let the heavy, quiet breathing of the behemoth settle your restless spirit. The power you fear is the power God controls. The interrogation moves to the water, where the most terrifying creature in all of creation resides, the Leviathan. This creature is the symbol of chaos, the ultimate expression of the wild, untamable, and destructive forces in the world. God asks Job, "Can you draw out Leviathan with a hook, or tie his tongue with a line? Can you put a rope in his nose, or bore his jaw with a hook? Will he make a covenant with you? Will you take him as a servant forever?" Imagine the quiet, immense depths where the Leviathan dwells. Its scales are rows of shields, shut up tight. Its breath kindles coals, and a flame goes out of its mouth. When it raises itself, the mighty are afraid. They are beside themselves with terror. Feel the soft, terrifying image of this creature. It embodies all the unpredictable, catastrophic elements of existence, the deepest fears, the consuming anxieties, the disasters that seem beyond human repair. God details its terror to prove that human weaponry is useless against it. Its body is constructed with a terrifying, impenetrable finality, a testament to its Creator's design. The Lord describes the Leviathan's terrifying beauty and its absolute imperviousness to human weapons. Darts are counted as straw, and he laughs at the shaking of a spear. The sharp stones are turned into stubble. He despises the weapons of bronze. He makes the deep boil like a pot. He leaves a shining wake behind him, making the quiet water seem like white hair. He is a creature without fear, made to be beyond human mastery. Upon earth there is nothing like him, which is made without fear. The Lord confirms that Leviathan is the king over all the children of pride. The point is not just that the creature is fierce, but that no man can face him and live, confirming human weakness against the ultimate forces of the earth. This is the great, comforting truth. Elihu and the friends could not articulate God controls both creation and chaos. The Leviathan symbolizes all the chaos in your life. Dear soul, the uncontrollable diseases, the sudden losses, the overwhelming darkness. Job could not control his suffering, just as he could not control this creature. But the very existence of the Leviathan, described in such detail by God, proves that God controls even what man fears the most. God is saying, if you cannot even bind this creature which I made, how can you challenge the one who made it and gave it its terrifying strength? The powerful message from the whirlwind is crystallized in this final lesson. God's power is absolute and comprehensive. It covers the quiet, simple beauty of the deer and the terrifying, chaotic power of the Leviathan. Nothing is outside his jurisdiction. The behemoth and the Leviathan are the final, majestic reassurance that your life, with all its beautiful simplicities and chaotic storms, is held entirely within the confines of divine sovereignty. There is no element of suffering, no deep water, no great fire, no untamable beast that God has not already mastered. This realization should bring the deepest peace to your heart. You can rest peacefully in the hands of the Almighty. You do not need to fight the chaos alone. You simply need to rest in the one who commands the chaos. Breathe in the vast, encompassing safety of God's complete control. Breathe out the struggle to control your circumstances or your future. Let the deep silence after the divine voice settle over your entire being. Allow yourself to dissolve into the boundless power that orders the universe. Release every thought, every tension, and sink into the quiet, perfect rest that awaits your heart in the deep night. Dear soul, let the deep, resonant silence settle around you. The mighty voice of the Creator, having swept through the cosmos and the earth, has now hushed, leaving behind a silence more profound than any noise. Job has heard the voice of God from the great wind, and the final, overwhelming truth has penetrated the core of his being. This is the moment of surrender, recognition, and grace. Job speaks his final words, no longer in defense, but in quiet, absolute awe. He begins by acknowledging the fundamental truth that he had previously questioned in his pain. I know that you can do everything, and that no purpose of yours can be withheld. Feel the immense relief in this simple statement. Job finally releases the need to understand why the suffering came. He now rests in the certainty of God's complete power and the ultimate perfection of his hidden plans. The wisdom revealed in the vastness of the stars and the ferocity of the Leviathan has finally healed the wound of his limited human perspective. He recognizes that God's thoughts are beyond the reach of human questioning. The purpose of God, once feared as arbitrary or cruel, is now accepted as unfolding perfection. Let this quiet acceptance wash over your own heart. Dear one, dissolving the need to force the answer from the silence. The sheer scale of God's works, the creation of light, the binding of the sea, the sustenance of the wild beasts is a tangible, quiet proof that His will is always established and always accomplished. Job gently repeats the Lord's original question back to him, acknowledging his own error. Who is he who hides counsel without knowledge? He admits that he himself was the one guilty of speaking about things he did not truly comprehend. His words, though sincere, were empty echoes in the face of the cosmic reality. He confesses that he had spoken rashly, not out of malice, but out of a desperate, narrow view of the world. He recognizes the difference between theoretical knowledge and experiential truth. His entire debate was based on human logic and second-hand understanding. His arguments, however brilliant, were merely human noise compared to the profound, ordered quiet of the divine mind. He is acknowledging his limits, the boundaries of his own intellect, and his inability to judge the infinite wisdom of the Almighty. This confession is not a fearful bowing down, but a humble rising up into a deeper truth. He has gained clarity not by solving the problem, but by recognizing the limitless nature of the solver. He admits that trying to contain God's justice within his own human standard was the deepest form of spiritual arrogance. Then comes the quiet, overwhelming climax of his spiritual journey, the ultimate reconciliation between the soul and the Creator. Job whispers the words that define the depth of his transformation. I have heard of you by the hearing of the ear, but now my eye sees you. Imagine the change, dear soul. Before the whirlwind, Job had only inherited faith, a faith based on the traditions, the teachings, and the doctrines of his culture. He knew God through others, through the words whispered over generations. This hearing of the ear was insufficient to sustain him in the face of absolute chaos. This external faith crumbled when tested by internal agony. But the whirlwind changed everything. The direct, overwhelming encounter with the Creator, the voice, the questions, the cosmic display was a revelation. Now my eye sees you. This is the profound difference between knowing about God and knowing God directly. It is the shift from theology to intimacy, from doctrine to dazzling encounter. His knowledge is now unmediated, personal, and absolute. The light of God's presence burned away the fog of his human reasoning. This direct seeing is the ultimate answer to Job's suffering. The sheer presence of the divine overrides the need for an explanation. In that moment of encounter, the why of the pain ceases to matter, overwhelmed by the who of the Creator. The visual presence of God, even if perceived through the deep understanding of the heart, shattered Job's assumptions. He realizes that his previous small image of God, a God who must constantly follow the rules of a retribution theology, was deeply flawed. He had seen the vastness, and the vastness healed his sight. The scale of God's love and power made his arguments seem small, fleeting, and ultimately unnecessary. This encounter brings about the ultimate. Necessary Job recognizes his limits. He realizes that his grand, logical defense of his own righteousness was still an act of pride, an attempt to make himself God's equal in the courtroom. He had focused on proving his innocence when he should have focused on seeking intimacy. His final act is one of complete, peaceful submission. Job says, "Therefore I despise myself, and repent in dust and ashes." This repentance is not for a secret sin, as the friends had claimed. This repentance is for pride in his own ignorance. It is a turning away from the arrogance of demanding answers from the infinite. He repents of his limited, human view of justice and his presumption to challenge the divine plan. The act of repentance is the final, essential step in the reconciliation, the final letting go of the need for self-justification. The dust and ashes, once the painful symbol of his destruction and grief, now become the symbol of his profound humility and rebirth. He is not being punished by the ashes. He is transforming the ashes into a sacred altar of surrender. The humility that settles upon him is the soft, quiet garment of true peace. Feel the peace in this final, deep bow of the soul. True humility is not self-hatred. It is the accurate assessment of one's place in the light of God's glory. When Job despises himself, he is despising the small, arrogant part of his nature that dared to question the wisdom that set the stars in their paths. The final result of this encounter is quiet reconciliation. The soul, having been tossed by the storm of suffering and the debates of men, finally finds its anchor in the unseen, undeniable reality of its Creator. Job is restored, not because his property is returned that comes later, but because his relationship with the Almighty is purified and deepened. He moved from a faith based on blessing to a faith based on being. This is the only true, enduring foundation for peace. Let the finality of Job's surrender bring a deep, restoring calm to your spirit. Your journey, too, is meant to move from hearing to seeing, from questioning to awe. Breathe in the quiet peace of absolute certainty. Breathe out the last human words of doubt and argument. Feel the dust and ashes dissolving into soft, warm light around you. Your spirit is reconciled. You are held in the quiet wonder of the divine presence. Sink now, deeply, into the profound rest that only comes after seeing the face of the Almighty. Let the gentle, quiet sound of the flowing water soothe your spirit. Dear soul, the great whirlwind has passed, the dust has settled, and the moment for private surrender is complete. Now, the Lord turns his attention to the broken human relationships, revealing a profound truth about forgiveness and reconciliation. The Lord speaks directly to Eliphaz the Temanite, the spokesperson for the three friends. This is the moment of God's quiet rebuke to the friends. He speaks with a gentle yet absolute authority. My wrath is aroused against you and your 2 friends. For you have not spoken of me what is right, as my servant Job has. Feel the weight of this divine correction. The friends, who believed they were defending God's honor and perfect justice, are judged as having spoken falsely. They had reduced God's vast, multifaceted wisdom into a rigid, legalistic formula, a cruel equation of sin equals suffering. This small, hard doctrine dishonored the true mystery and love of the Creator. The quiet lesson here is that human logic, however well-intentioned, cannot contain the divine heart. The friends' rigid theology, though based on tradition, was less truthful than the raw, honest, desperate cries of Job. God prefers the authentic, wrestling honesty of a pained heart over the cold, condemning certitude of limited human doctrine. The Lord immediately establishes the path to the friends' cleansing and reconciliation. He commands them, "Now therefore, take for yourselves 7 bulls and 7 rams. Go to my servant Job, and offer up for yourselves a burnt offering." This instruction is essential, dear friend. It shows that their reconciliation with God must pass through their reconciliation with Job. Their sin was against God, but their repentance must be demonstrated to the man they condemned. The burden of restoring their relationship with God is placed upon them, and the medium of that restoration is the very man they insulted and accused. Imagine the quiet humility required of these proud, older men as they gather their sacrifice and walk toward the man they deemed a hidden sinner. They must acknowledge that the truth lay not in their rigid theology, but in the tender relationship God held with Job. The Lord continues His instruction, setting the final, crucial step, "And my servant Job shall pray for you, for I will accept him, lest I deal with you according to your folly." This is the most powerful moment of the healing process. Job prays for those who offended him. The man who was hunted, mocked, and judged now becomes the instrument of grace for his accusers. Job, the recipient of their cruel theories, is appointed as their intercessor. He, the one who knows true suffering and has stood in the immediate presence of the holy, is the only one qualified to offer the prayer that will save them from God's just displeasure. Imagine the quiet, profound act of Job raising his hands over his friends. His heart, freshly purified by repentance for his own pride, is now prepared to release forgiveness for their errors. This moment proves that Job's soul is entirely healed, for only a healed heart can genuinely intercede for those who have harmed it. The act of intercession is the final, quiet seal of Job's transformation. He is not only humble before God, but he is now merciful toward man. His prayer for the friends transcends their hurtful words and their flawed theology. It is an act of boundless grace, mirroring the very grace he received from the Creator. This moment teaches us that healing begins with forgiveness. The chain of bitterness is broken not by demanding an apology, but by offering a blessing. Job's own restoration is complete only when he actively participates in the restoration of those who caused him pain. The quiet miracle of forgiveness becomes the bridge over the chasm created by judgment. The Lord hears the prayer of his servant. The Lord accepted Job. And because the Lord accepted Job's prayer of intercession, the friends were spared the punishment their foolish, cruel words deserved. This affirms the immense, quiet power of the prayer of a righteous, purified heart. The entire scene, enacted around the altar of sacrifice and the prayer of the suffering servant, is God's perfect design for relational healing. It shows that true reconciliation is not a superficial agreement, but a profound, three-way process. The accuser offers a sacrifice of repentance. The accused offers a prayer of forgiveness, and God accepts both. Let the quiet wisdom of this chapter settle deep within your spirit. Dear friend, if you carry the burden of past hurts, whether you were the one who spoke wrongly or the one who was wrongly accused, the path to peace is clearly marked. It is found in humble admission, honest sacrifice, and the quiet, liberating act of extending grace. The steady, soft flow of the water is the perfect image for this cleansing. The judgment is washed away, the bitterness is released, and the bond of quiet, restored relationship is established anew, all through the profound power of mercy. Breathe in the purifying grace of the flowing water. Breathe out the heavy weight of old resentment and judgment. Let the quiet act of forgiveness wash over your soul, dissolving all remaining bitterness. Rest now in the knowledge that your own healing is found not in justice, but in the power to grant mercy, and allow that profound peace to carry you gently into the deepest sleep. Let the quiet, gentle sound of distant music accompany your rest. Dear soul, the journey through the storm is over. Job's surrender was accepted. His humility was complete, and his heart was purified by the act of forgiveness. Now, the Lord closes the book on suffering and opens the chapter of profound restoration and peace. The account begins with a powerful, quiet act of grace, and the Lord restored Job's losses when he prayed for his friends. Indeed, the Lord gave Job twice as much as he had before. This is the great, quiet reversal. Dear one, the moment Job released the need for his own vindication and chose the path of mercy for his accusers, the divine flow of blessing was unleashed. His restoration was initiated by his forgiveness. The Lord gave him double the material blessings he had possessed. This tangible restoration, 14,000 sheep, 6,000 camels, 1,000 yoke of oxen, and 1,000 female donkeys, is a quiet, visible sign that God is capable of redeeming every loss. The Lord demonstrated that his servant did not suffer due to lack of favor, but through a unique, severe test that led to a double honor. The quiet restoration of family and community follows. All of Job's brothers and sisters, and all those who had been his acquaintances before, came to him and ate bread with him in his house. They comforted him over all the evil that the Lord had brought upon him. Imagine the gentle scene of reconciliation, the soft murmur of apologies and shared tears. Each visitor brought him a piece of money and a ring of gold. This act of collective comfort and giving was the healing of the social fabric that had been so cruelly torn by his suffering. The community, once distant and fearful, now affirms Job's innocence and his restored standing. This moment teaches us that true healing often requires the quiet witness of community. When relationships are restored through forgiveness, the shared table becomes an altar of peace, and the small gifts exchanged become tokens of renewed trust. Let the quiet hum of that restored fellowship settle your spirit. The deepest, most tender part of the restoration is the gift of new children. The Lord blessed the latter days of Job more than his beginning. He was given 7 sons and 3 daughters, replacing perfectly the children he had lost. The naming of these daughters holds a beautiful, quiet significance. They were not given names of sorrow or remembrance, but names that speak of beauty, grace, and light: Jemima, Keziah, and Karen Hapuch. Imagine the quiet joy and peace radiating from these 3 beautiful girls. Their names are the final, sweet affirmation that the season of ash and dust is over. The beauty of their names speaks of a future that is bright, fragrant, and graced by God. This new beginning is a powerful, quiet assurance that life, though interrupted by tragedy, can always flourish anew under the hand of the Creator. The Scripture pauses to note the exceptional beauty of these daughters. In all the land were found no women so beautiful as the daughters of Job. This detail is not about vanity, dear soul, but about the perfection of the divine gift. After the darkness, God poured out a blessing so radiant that it shone forth in visible, quiet glory. The fact that the daughters are highlighted in a culture that often focused on sons is a beautiful, gentle statement of complete restoration and honor. Job also gave his daughters an inheritance among their brothers, a quiet act of justice and equal love. This is a beautiful, quiet image of God's lavish grace. When God restores, He does not merely patch up the broken pieces. He creates something entirely new, something marked by exceptional beauty and quiet honor. The final element of this fulfilled life is longevity and peace. After this restoration, Job lived 140 years and saw his children and his grandchildren, 4 generations. Imagine the quiet, long years stretching out before him, years filled with the laughter of children and the peaceful wisdom of age. This long life is the final, tangible blessing, a quiet answer to the despair that had once wished for death. Job's days were not cut short. They were extended and blessed to the very limit of human life. He died, old and full of days, having seen the truth of God's plan unfold. His life became a quiet, enduring testament to the truth that the test, however severe, was finite. But God's faithfulness is eternal. The final lesson of this entire journey is gentle yet profound. Faith leads to restoration. Job's final peace was achieved not by understanding, but by unconditional trust in the one who asked the questions from the storm. Let the quiet certainty of Job's long life be your comfort. The storm passes. The light returns. The loss is replaced with a double portion of grace, honor, and peace. Breathe in the quiet, gentle hope of double restoration. Breathe out the fear that your current troubles will define your future. Feel the quiet, profound blessing of a life lived to its absolute fulfillment. Your spirit is whole, your heart is at rest, and the promise of peace is complete. Let the soft music guide you now, sinking effortlessly into the deep, blessed sleep of the fulfilled.